Right then. Right, 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 right. Camera weirdness. More camera weirdness. Okay. So, first of all, we've got some PR feedback to address. So let's have a look at it. It's good because it's teaching me a few different patterns I didn't know about. Trying to fix examples for orthographic and perspective zoom. And I'm pretty green with 3D. That is very true. Very, very true. Extremely true. Okay, Alice is saying these values are better stored as a resource in practice. It makes them easy to twiddle in various inspector tools. So I think there's two things that we need to do for that. We need to come up with some kind of struct and derive a resource, and then we also need to register the type so that it shows up in said inspector tools. So let's give that a crack. Yeah. So where are we? Hey Finn, how you doing? I'm surprised you're not streaming yourself this time of day. Or maybe it's not Monday, so I lose track. Are you collecting first? Fair enough. I don't even have a first. Hope you're doing well today. 'Tis a fine sort of New Zealandish sort of day. So now we need, what branch are we even on right now? Does this tab support? Oh, it does. Oh, way too many branches. What branch are we talking about? We're talking about examples, add zoom, add zoom projection examples. Ah, yeah. Choose stash. Monday's day off because Karen is working from home. Gotcha. Does that mean that she's uttering super secret things that can't be accidentally echoed over the mic? Okay, now we should have, I don't know, I don't listen to super secret. Of course you do. They're all stored in your subconscious. Orthographic zoom. There we go. All right, so we need to come up with a struct. Struct camera settings. Pub orbit speed. F32. Pub zoom speed. F32 and pub zoom range. Oh, well, that was stupid, wasn't it? Which is a range F32. Then we need a resource derive. I think also resource and reflect, right? To work with the tools. Maybe a debug as well. Let's try that. And then we'll go add plugins, add systems, add resource. I guess I need default on that as well. Camera settings. Like that, I want to say. Nope, that's not it. Comparison operators can't be changed. What am I trying to do? What's going on here? Default. I'm doing something bad. I'm doing something wrong. Init resource, not add resource. Nope. What's happening here? Init resource. God damn it. Yeah, I almost had it. Kind of. Oh, camera settings. Like that. Comparison operators cannot be chained. Okay. Consider removing this call. It needs default, right? Yep. So let's go 17. Let's go default. Hey, there we go. All the warnings go away. Come again, some, and actually don't come ever again. Don't do that. All right, so then we can actually, hang on. Init resource and add resource have different properties, right? Like, maybe I should use add resource from inside setup. If I do it here, is there an add resource? No, there is not. Okay, if I do add resource, I do it from inside the function, if I'm not mistaken. Hello, puppy. How you doing, boy? Is there any sunshine here for you? I think there might be. I think there might be a little bit of sunshine for dogs to sit in. I think I kept some for you. Pretty sure I did. I'm pretty sure I arranged it just so that you could sit in it, because I'm that kind of human. Not good enough for you? No? Okay. Too busy hoping I'll give you the treats I've got in my pocket, but it's not going to happen. It is not going to happen. Okay, what are we doing? We're doing commands, add resource. Wait, aren't we? God damn it. DRS Bevy. Add resource. Get resource, new resource. There isn't an add resource. So there's init resource. But what about commands init resource? Pushes a command to the queue for inserting a resource in the world with an inferred value. The inferred value is determined by the from world trait. So I guess I would insert it with a default value here, and then I would do the thing. Then I would query for it here. Well, not query for it, but mute camera settings. Res mute camera settings, and then I also need to register the type. Register type. Wait, isn't that parameterized? Yeah. camera settings. I'm about to make the same mistake, aren't I? There we go. And then we'll go down here and we'll say camera settings, orbit, initial scale, or actually zoom range equals I see. Yep, that's fine. So we'll go 5.050 like that. And then our initial scale will be camera settings, zoom range, start, plus camera settings, zoom range, and divided by 2. What's your issue with this? Oh yeah, we're in floating point land. We're also in semicolons land. We like our semicolons. All right. So now we get camera settings. I'm going to enable my thing that I do so that I catch myself doing the Vim badness when I shouldn't be doing the Vim badness. The terrible, terrible bad Vimmer disease. Because I will conquer it. I will. I will conquer this. Okay. Camera settings, zoom speed is, what do we decide? 1. And camera settings, orbit speed, 0.02. Now we can delete all consts. That's quite hard to say. Consts. It's like tricky. So now we go multiply mouse wheel movements by this factor. Multiply keyboard inputs by this factor, and clamp fixed vertical scale to this range. Now we go for DD and DD because I missed, and DD because I missed again. And then we go, we profit, we are happy. Okay, so now we need to be able to access those later on. Later on. Yeah, so we need camera settings. Not mutable this time. camera settings, orbit speed. I screwed that one up too. Camera settings. Oh, you did decide to hang out, Ted. Good boy. Orbit speed, very cool. And then we've got camera settings. Zoom speed. And camera settings, zoom range. And then we're pretty happy, I think. I'm sorry, dogs. I know you're sitting in the sunshine, but I've got to take some of that sun off my screen because it's quite bright. We'll compromise. We'll compromise. You can have that much sun, and I'll have this much sun. There we go. It's a done deal. We dealed it. Cool. So that's good. So that should run. Let's confirm that that does in fact run. Oh yeah. Kaga run example orthographic zoom. And then we get this over here and we decide, right, okay, so we've got orbit left, orbit right, well, orbit right, orbit left, and zoom in, zoom out. Those look to be clamped nicely. We're happy. We're orbiting. Everybody's content. All right, cool. Now we need instructions on the screen. So that was one of the pieces of feedback that we've applied. The other thing, yep, that one's done. Oh, a let else block with a panic arm explaining this only works for perspective projections. Yeah, cool. So this is an orthographic projection and it won't work if we try it with perspective. So 34 else panic. This kind of scaling only works with cameras which have an orthographic projection. Okay. Let's just make sure by taking out the orthographic block that that's going to work. Actually, I don't think it would even build, would it? I guess if someone replaced the projection at runtime, maybe. Because otherwise I don't see how it would work. Oh, maybe. I don't know, let's try it. Oh, yeah. Okay, so as soon as I zoom, it should panic. Nope. It did not do that. But it also didn't zoom. Interesting. What did I do wrong? Mute projection, mute transform, F delta orbit. Hey Ace, how you doing? How is your Monday and or Sunday? Cooking hard. I am hard at work cooking. That reminds me I need to drink tea. Okay, so why didn't that go off like a bomb? Let scaling mode. Oh, of course, because if let projection. Yeah. That's what they were talking about. Told myself to be lazy today since Sunday. Very, very good suggestion. Tomorrow back to locking in. Very good suggestion. Okay, so we put the block in the wrong place. That's why it's a good job we decided to test it. So let projection equals orthographic, mute projection, else. Panic. And then we have return. Bad Vimmer. Very, very bad Vimmer. Not sure about the white space decisions there. This kind of scaling only works with cameras which have an orthographic projection. And then you could in theory do the same thing here, but that seems unnecessarily pedantic. Let's just try that again and see if we can generate a panic. Okay, so when I scroll it should panic, and it does. This kind of scaling only works with cameras, blah, blah, blah. Cool. Okay, that is that piece of feedback dealt with. And then we've got, oh yeah, accumulate mouse wheel inputs is a thing now, accumulated mouse scroll. So I can then go, 32, mute mouse wheel input. I think is it event reader or is it just accumulated? Let's look at this. Let's look at the thing that tells us all the things. Accumulated mouse wheel. Wait. Huh. Oh, right, because this is Bevy 14.2. If I change to... Can I get the 15 docs yet? Really? Really? Really, I can't? Damn it. How does it work? I have to search for it on Bevy. GitHub. Where is my Bevy GitHub gone? I'll take this one. Pull requests. Accumulated mouse motion. I think it's in here. Mouse wheel. Accumulated mouse scroll, that's what it is. And this is just a standard resource. I don't have to use an event reader. So, mouse wheel input res accumulated mouse scroll. Okay. Oh, badness, very, very bad. There we go. So now we can accumulated, oh, actually, mouse. I don't even need delta zoom, do I? I guess so. Mouse wheel input Y, right? No? Delta. Oh, well then, all right. Let's get rid of all this. Get rid of the return early. You get to see the typing letters. Yeah, look at all my D's. D. What you got to tell me though is if you see this, if you see up, or lots of J's and K's, it means I'm being a bad Vimmer and I'm not using my shortcuts properly. So you can tell me off. Uh-oh. There's a ball that's been thrown into the room. The puppy's being very lazy. Okay. So, let's look for delta zoom. And we'll change this to mouse wheel input delta. And that takes a whole chunk of code away, I think. Arguments to this method are incorrect. Expected vec2 found F32. Oh, really? What is mouse wheel input delta? It is an accumulated mouse scroll. Okay. Can I go delta Y? Oh, I can. Very convenient. Okay. Is there any other? There is not. Okay, so in theory, this should still work. What is going on here? Variable does not need to be mutable. You are correct, sir. Delta Y. Oh, yeah. Gesundheit. Okay, so hopefully this should still work. Initial scale is something or other. Oh, badness. Oh yeah, I didn't change the thing back. Oh damn, now I've got to recreate it. Because I can't undo because I've done too much stuff. I've done too much stuff. Gesundheit. I've done too much stuff. Projection. Orthographic projection. Something or other. Can't remember. Can't remember. Can't remember. Orthographic projection, scaling mode, blah, blah, blah. That is what I want. That is the thing which I require. What is your problem? Oh yeah, into. What is your problem? Rust Analyzer, get it together. What exactly is your problem? Okay, that looks reasonable. I find that reasonable. Let's see how reasonable it is. Boop-a-doo. We pop the window out, we go here, we scroll it, we zoom it, we twist it, we turn it. It seems to work. We are happy with everything, with all of the things. They are exceedingly good. Okay, we're happy with orthographic projection zooming. Okay, good. Nice. So that's that piece of feedback addressed. I find that relatively readable because now instead of all of that accumulation stuff, we just have a single mouse wheel input delta Y. Delta Y. Delta Y. Okay. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. All right, so we go back to our feedback and we've done that and we've done that and we've done accumulated mouse scroll. And, oh yeah, so the last thing was instructions on screen rather than instructions in the thing. So we're going to need a UI thingamawhatsit. So let's go with, how do we make that nice and clear without I think we can still put it in the whole, yeah. Show instructions on screen. So we'll go commands, spawn, node bundle. What's going to be in our node bundle? Node bundle is going to be, let's look at a sample node bundle for some instructions. Maybe not that one in particular. The instructions and modes are rendered on the left-hand side in a column. That sounds not too bad. I don't want it to get too like super detailed. I just want real simple. Simple, something simple. No, I don't want a game menu. Many buttons, no. Asset, no. Games, probably not. Oh, thanks very much for the follow, Daver OS1. Okay, so let's try display the number of cake eaten before losing. Nice. I think we'll actually use a separate function for this. Bevy and Rust. Yes, you are correct. Bevy and Rust. I think we'll just do fn instructions, mute commands, commands. That is not how you spell commands. And then we'll totally steal someone else's code, because stealing code is to be encouraged at all times. And then we'll go and modify it some more. Val percent 100, don't really care. Align items left. Align items start, right? Haven't touched Bevy myself. I'm making another pet Rust engine. Oh, really? Oh, well, there's probably many of those. Literally nothing ever went wrong copying and pasting code. I know, this is what I keep saying and no one believes me. Default, yes, I agree. With children, parent. It's interesting. I've seen so many people use with children, children, and with children, parent. With children, parent makes a lot more sense to me. Text bundle from section. We don't need a format. All we need is, or anything in fact. I copied that sentence from another chat, so proof. I don't believe you. I think you went to ChatGPT and you looked up what to post in Twitch chat. Hey ChatGPT, I can't think of anything original. Tell me what to post and I'll post it. I trust you implicitly. That definitely sounds like me. Yeah, I think I even got your accent down. Text bundle from section, press, scroll, mouse, wheel to zoom in and out. And I don't think we're going to need a font size of, let's just use default, eh? Let's go default. And then we'll do the same thing and we'll see what actually shows up, eh? Oh, look at all my bad vimming. Too many J's. Way too many J's. Many, many J's. Let's not go that far. Mine predates Bevy. It was shelved for many years on and off. That is actually a little while ago because, okay, let's ask the robot. Since Finn likes the robot, let's ask the robot. When was the first release of Bevy Engine? I'm giving feedback on a new version. Hooray! August 10, 2020. Only 4 years ago. Cool. Okay, which of these answers is better? Let's feed into their marketing hype. Bevy is a data-driven engine built in Rust and designed for performance, blah, blah, blah. Introduce the engine as an open source, started, blah, blah, blah. This is better. Simple is better. Okay, I have now trained the AI. I return to training myself. Hit A or D to orbit. Threads is popping off, as Finn said. Also, hello, Basie, hope you're well. Hey, Shono4D, welcome. I am well-ish. I'm as well as can be expected for a Monday. To orbit left or right. Okay. It is popping up in your face. Wait, what is threads? What are we talking about? Is this another AI thing? A or D to orbit left or right. Does that look correct? Okay, let's see what actually shows up. Boop-a-doo. Uh-oh. Could not... Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, there's a couple of things going on here. What? No. Go away. No. Bad. There's a couple of things going on here. This, for example. Get rid of those. Get rid of that. Up here, we need... add system startup. Setup. And... what's the other thing? Instructions. That looks roughly correct to me. What is wrong here? That is wrong here. It's a social media... Oh, the Threads thing. I know what you're talking about. I do have a Threads account. I think I grabbed one when it was first being released. You're learning. Catered to actual people. / designers. Designers are different to actual people? It's popping off. Wait, popping off is a good thing, right? Don't you also say that about people who are like really mad? That guy's popping off. You also say it about things that are falling off, right? As in, my trouser button keeps popping off. It's not always a good thing. Okay, so we try again. We try again. We try again. Hey, I got instructions. However, I have made a critical error. Bevy UI strikes again. No, actually, this was just me. Scroll mouse wheel to zoom in or out. So I need column, not a row. I need column. I need column. I need column. Instructions. Down. What do we need? I need align items. First of all, that alphabetical, very important. Brain cannot compute. Base is right, you know, new phrase needed. Popping off is always good, even if it's your trouser button. Maybe especially if it's your trouser button. Okay, justify content, column, flex, thing, flex, direction, right? There we go. That should do the trick. I was thinking especially if it's your trouser button. Okay, scroll mouse wheel to zoom in or out, A or D to orbit left or right. So these are instructions. They don't have to be pretty, and the less room they take up in the example, the better, right? Okay. Good. So we do that, and then we profit. In some cases, the trouser button popping off is merely a prelude to the main event. I guess, although what if it's accidental in the middle of a crowd of fundraisers that you have to impress for some reason? This is what I'm saying. Okay. So we've registered type, camera settings. In that case, tell it to the judge. Right. Okay. Good to know your priorities are straight. The question is, should I just overwrite the other example because it'll be faster? I'm thinking yes. I'm thinking yes, because I made all these changes, and then I can just rip out the bits that I don't need. Okay, let's try that. So copy, possibly with an exclamation point, percent 3D, what is it called? Perspective zoom RS. I must run. Thank you for being my enrichment corner anytime. Have an awesome rest of the day. Okay, so we have now overwritten perspective zoom, and we need a perspective projection camera. We are not camera settings, blah, blah, blah. We are not going to need the middle of the zoom range. We're not going to need the projection because the default projection is a perspective projection. Hooray! Okay, we'll leave all the other stuff the same. Instructions will be the same. Camera controls will be very similar. However, this one, perspective. This kind of scaling only works with cameras which have a perspective projection. We do not have a current scaling mode. We need the field of view stuff, which is here. Where's my perspective example? Perspective zoom. Ba ba ba. Blah blah. Here we go. Nope, we've already got. No, we don't. Yes, we've already got that one. We need this. Adjust the field of view, but keep it within our stated range. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Perspective, field of view. Stop being a bad vimmer. And then this one becomes camera settings, zoom range, and beautiful. Zoom speed times delta zoom. Now it's not delta zoom though. It is mouse wheel input delta Y. Legend. Okay, what else did I miss? I must have missed something else. Any other hits on orthographic? Nope. We don't need scaling mode anymore. Accumulated mouse scroll. See if it still runs. Oh, well, first of all, it's upside down. So that's not a good start. That usually means I screwed up the field of view. Yeah, upside down is bad. Just FYI. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, no. Definitely not. I think I screwed up. Oh, you know why? Because we didn't change any of the values. And the values are important. So the zoom range is completely off. The zoom range can't be greater than pi. And if you know the answer to why that's true, you're doing better than I did because I had to look it up. The reason it can't be greater than pi is because the value is in radians. And pi is equivalent to a field of view of 180 degrees. So if you go greater than that, most things are set up not to be greater than that, so the image goes upside down. Oops. Okay, so what did I actually use? I used 0.5 to 3. Clamp field of view to this range. Note that we can't adjust field of view to more than pi, which represents a 180 degree field. Okay. It might have been better to do that. There we go. 0.5 to 3.0. RS. Sorry. We have to alphabetize. It's very important. Go away. Seriously, go away. Okay. For goodness sake. All right. Now, orthographic zoom, we've got to do the same thing. Yep. Okay. Note that we can't adjust field of view. Yep. I think this is going to bug me, so that I'm going to do this like so. Because pedantic much? All right. Now, let's see if it actually works. Because things that actually work are my favorite. There we go. It's right side up again. Hooray! And it zooms, wow, really fast, but that's okay. And we're still rotating and zooming and rotating. Is that too fast, or am I just being silly? That's fine. And we're definitely a perspective projection and not an orthographic one. Yes. All right, cool. Have I addressed all of the feedback? I do believe I have. So let's do that, and then address PR feedback. Push that. And make sure we've closed all of our feedback thingies. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Okay, we did that. Yes, we did. We did that. We did that. And that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So, I didn't run the CI locally, but hopefully it works. Touch wood. Oh, and our branch is out of date. Yay. All right. Let's go with checking out main and pulling upstream. Bevy app, the Bevy branches move pretty quickly. HGSA minus. Get rebase main. Oh, zoom projection examples. Okay, we are no longer out of date. I'm happy about that. And we should be running checks. Just out of curiosity, do mine pass? Cargo run PCI example check, I think it's called. All the warnings from running nightly, but otherwise we seem to be doing okay. We do indeed seem to be doing okay. All right. Nice. So we can let those run. I think I've addressed all the feedback. And that should be just about it. Quick review of my diff just to reassure myself that I haven't screwed up. Not sure about that reflect actually, but I think it's right. I probably should have gone init resource register type, but never mind. Oh, my poor old joints are sore. Okay, set up. Choose the settings. Hopefully they'll tell me if there's a better way to do resources than that. I'm learning quite a lot just from this process of making little contributions to the examples and the documentation and stuff. Hopefully establish a bit of a pattern that I can use for other examples. Yeah, I think we're about there. Yeah, nice. Okay. Cool. So now, CI working. Still running, basically. Ah, she's just approved them. Oh, that's good. Looks like we're going to be happy. Okay. Now, that's another one off the list. So that will close this issue. Yeah, good. Okay. By the way, how are we doing team-wise? Oh, lots of people on today. We got Expired Pops. Am I even sub to Expired Popsicle? I mean, not sub, followed. I don't recognize that name. Yes, I am. Quellis is on. Hypnotic's on. Big Boy's on. Symbol 24 and Finding Focus Dev. Very cool. Okay. Big Boy has just released their demo, in fact. Or have they gone early access? I'm losing track. I want to say maybe they went early access. But well worth checking out anyway. They're making a crafting survival type pipeline Z sort of slash conveyor belty kind of game. I can't remember what it's called. Dreadful. Mind like a sieve. Mind like a freaking sieve. Okay. Now, I suspect we're coming up to an ad break in not too distant future, but in the meantime, now do I do another issue? Or I think that issue actually is going to require me to do quite a bit of research. So I might move to working on Bucket for a little while. I think that would be the go. That would be the general go. Speaking of Go, it will be in Go, in Flutter. So yeah, maybe we'll do that next. And there will also be a cup of tea in my future, I believe. Okay, that can go away. That one can go away. And yeah. Cool. Contributed. Wait, what's my notifications? Yep, we knew about those. Done. And done. Okay. Now, Bucket. Bucket. It's bouquet. Where are we? App project. What was I even working on? I need to start a emulator. Pixel whatchamacallit 7. Give me an emulator, please. Thank you very much for your emulator. If we put this over here and we make it a little bigger, sort of this-ish dimensions. We move it up here, except that's kind of where chat goes, but we'll move it down here. And we will, oh, we're going to have some ads, so I will make a cuppa. Right then. Right then. Right then. Got my tea. Got my little pot. Little pot of tea. Look how cute it is. So cute. With a giant mug's worth. Giant mug's worth of tea. Okay. Now, let's go to our Flutter stuff. So bucket UI, and off screen we'll go here and we'll go bucket UI and Flutter run. Hang on. That wasn't what I expected. Wait a minute, what do you mean command not found Flutter? This is new. This is very, very new. Why is there no Flutter? Interesting. Okay. Apparently I removed it somehow. We have two stable versions. They're the wrong ones. Apparently our Python version is missing for some reason. That's a bit weird. I think I had to force it to use system Python for something. I can't remember what it was. All right, so let's figure that one out because that's kind of important. Let's go Flutter ls remote. Oh yeah, RTX ls remote Flutter. We got 3.24.2 stable. I mean, the trouble is that usually there's a lot of incompatibilities with libraries, but let's find out. Let's go RTX install Flutter at 3. Actually RTX use Flutter at 3.24.2 stable. I might need the beta, but let's see how we get on here. And then it'll be like, no, you need library XYZ. I've never met an ecosystem that's more fragile in terms of package versioning. Really quite frustrating. It's still good. I still like the kind of overall usefulness of Flutter, but I can take or leave Dart, to be honest with you. Just not something I'm all that enthusiastic about. Go's good though. Been using Go on the back end. Waiting. Okay, we're good there. So let's try running again. Let's go Flutter Doctor because there will probably be problems. Okay. Yes, we should opt out of the Flutter stuff. Everything else seems fine. Okay, so let's go Flutter config no analytics. All right. And then we should be able to go Flutter run. That one. And see if it breaks, basically. Oh, yep, lots of breaks. Okay, what do we got here? isn't defined. Scene builders from .ui. Correct it to the name of a existing version. Execution failed. Set checkerboard raster cache images isn't defined. I'm guessing I need to clean this and try again. This no pub thing, isn't that... I want pub, don't I? Yeah, resolve dependencies. Changed packages. Do I go down the rabbit hole and just upgrade everything? Last time I did that, I felt like it took me most of the day. It was bad. It was bad, bad. How's my tea? It's very tea-like. Assemble debug. 33 packages have newer versions incompatible with dependency constraints. Let's look at Riverpod and see what version it's up to. Have we released Riverpod 3 yet? Docs, changelog, GitHub. Last week. PubSpec 6 months ago. When's our latest release? Releases 346 tags. 3 weeks ago. Looks like a maintenance release of Riverpod 2. What about Riverpod 3? How are we going there? There are a lot of packages in this ecosystem. November 27, 2023. Okay. So maybe not so much at the moment. Add pause mechanism. Riverpod 3. Patch coverage. For real this time. So, any update on this? So maybe should I be switching back to 2? I don't know, eh? Tricky. Very, very tricky. How are we doing over here? Oh, well, we launched, so that's good. Although we launched with weird colors. What's going on with that? Why is it kind of gray? Has this changed? Have we changed something? What else can we upgrade without breaking anything? VM service, material color utilities. I wonder if that's what's causing the color issues. Leak tracker. And meta. None of those look terribly crucial. Right, let's quit out of that. Close that particular window and we'll go back to an off-screen one. Bucket UI, Flutter run. See if we get the same color issues. Yeah, what's up with that? I'm sure that wasn't happening. Have we changed something about the way we do default colors? Interesting. Just drag that off screen for a sec. Do a bit of signing in. We'll try that. Yeah, look at my horrible background color. What? What is up with that? Let's look at theme. No, great. Now we've got Vim issues. Spawning language server with command bin dart language server protocol LSP failed. The LSP is not installed, missing from path or not executable. Well, good. Let's see what I do with my Dart language server. Dart server, Dart tool. Let's look for Mason's upgrades. Where's my Dart? It's never been a particularly good language server in my experience. Need a lot of upgrades, but none concerning Dart. That's interesting. Let's do the upgrades anyway. Been a while since I did that. Seems pretty happy. Seems pretty happy. Let's go to plugins. Dart. Did I remove Dart? Huh. I swear I had a Dart LSP at some point. Did I uninstall it because it was being a pain in the ass? This is a distinct possibility. Actually, let's go lazy update. Just for the hell of it. Breaking changes in LSP config. Rename TS server to TSLS. Really? Huh. Okay, and let's look at the Dart LSP. Dart debug adapter. Trivy. And AST grep. What? I swear there was a Dart LSP that I had installed. Was it giving me shit and so I removed it? Dart LSP. Whoa, sorry about the flashbang. That was not cool. Part of the Dart executable. Oh yeah. That's right. Dart LS. Yeah. I remember now. So in options, I do not have anything mentioning Dart LS. So what happens when I open a Dart file? TS server is deprecated. Yeah. TS server is not a valid entry. TS server changed to TSLS for some weird reason. Don't need that anymore. Attempt to call field setup in options law 449. Oh yeah. There we go. A little bit of Vim repairs needed. Vim repairing needed. Seems to work this time. Do we have a Dart LS? We do appear to, yes. Oh, background is deprecated and shouldn't be used. Use surface instead. All right. So surface is bucket mid-gray. That's why we're having trouble. Okay, so this has been deprecated. This is the problem. on background is black and surface should be white. And on surface should be should be black. You just need to make sure that those colors are represented elsewhere correctly, because I may have reused those values or something. Okay, let's try a reload. Hey, there we go. We're back to it. We're back to a sensible value. Sensible, good old value. Okay. So have I used surface and on surface anywhere else? Unselected item color. Color scheme on surface. So that was going to be what? Bucket deep gray. On error is colors white. Oh yeah, because it would be red, right? On primary is colors white. How do we get bucket deep gray into this? You can't add anything to color scheme, can you? Can't extend it. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe you can. Primary container, on primary container, primary fixed dim. There's a whole bunch of them. So I wonder if we could use, like, instead of black, we could use, if black is on surface, then you could make on surface dim could be bucket deep gray or something like that. Is there an on surface dim? Oh, there's a surface dim. What properties have I got at my disposal here? On surface variant. I can take that. Bucket deep gray. And then replace on surface with on surface variant. Color scheme on surface variant. And then what else have we used surface for? Color filter. Oh, Big Boy Games. How you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. That's very nice of you. We already shouted you out. That's probably why you're raiding in. Hey, how you doing? How was your stream? How was it? I was trying to remember whether you released a demo or you went into early access. I forget which it was. But in any case, how is that going? I'm a precog, yeah. I can detect crimes in the future. Full game. I'm sorry. Early access, yes, thank you. I knew it was one or the other, but I got confused because you and Booyah released things at about the same time, and I got all turned around. It happens very easily. How is it going? Is it are you getting some downloads happening and things like that? Going pretty good. Just been working on a new dungeon update coming up soon. Very cool. They're so similar. Finn, I don't think I need this attitude from you right now. I just don't. I don't think it's not important in my life right now. Anyway, hey everybody from Big Boy Stream. My name's Basie. I mostly do Bevy and Rust development, but at the moment I'm doing a volunteer thing for this community environment organization called Bucket, and we're developing an app for them. in Flutter and Go. Sales have been really good, way better than I expected, so that's always great. That's amazing. Makes it a bit feasible to do it full time. Thoroughly jealous, but so well deserved. So well deserved. I'm just in the process of getting another full-time job at the moment, as opposed to what I'd really like to do, which is take off and just do this all day, but I definitely can't do that. So yeah, well done indeed. Well done indeed. At the moment, we're playing with color schemes for this bucket app thing and trying to figure out how they all work. And making sure I haven't accidentally deleted any of them. Theme of context color scheme surface. Right, so surface. That used to be bucket mid gray, right? Yes, it used to be bucket mid gray and it is now white, and that's going to be confusing for everybody. So let's look for all the instances of surface and make sure we've replaced them with something else. Possibly, what's our variant? Surface dim, maybe? I do unfortunately have to raid and run. Dinner's ready. No worries whatsoever. Please feel free to go, rest, recover, and most importantly, eat. Thoroughly encouraged. Thoroughly encouraged. Thank you so much for reading in. Surface dim, bucket mid gray. It's so exciting here right now. We're playing with colors. It's just everybody's favorite dream. And we were fixing Vim before that, which is even more exciting. Bucket mid gray. Yeah, so now we just have to find instances of surface. Color scheme surface. That is now surface dim. I don't know if you can fix the Vim. Again, what did we say about that attitude? Where was it going to land you? Color scheme surface. This is now surface dim. Surface. On surface variant, on surface, surface. And this one, which is surface dim. There we go. Dunsky. All right, so hopefully after a reload, things should be performing relatively well. Yep, that's gone to a sensible color. Good, good. I'm happy. Everything is wonderful. Okay, good. Oh, that's right. This thing, oh, this is throwing exceptions. That's not amazing. Closure call with mismatched arguments. Okay, we need to find that out, but I think it's probably because we're just using it in the test environment. Not ideal. Not ideal. What if you renamed it to Emacs? Then I would have to turn over my entire stream to Clonk, and that would not be cool. They don't want my stream. But everybody should follow them because they're awesome. Okay. Now then. Now that things are actually working, let's just do a couple things like commit. Oh, now what is in our pub spec in terms of Flutter versions? Do I have to change the Flutter version elsewhere? Because I've only changed it in the lock file. I feel like I don't. What have I changed in the log file? Leak tracker. We changed a bunch of these things. I see. So we have actually upgraded a few things. Maybe not intentionally. This could actually break this test thing. But let's see where we get to. What version are we using in our CI? This is the only thing in our... What? So confused right now. Flutter action version? No, no version. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's commit that. Bump our versions. And then let's do some color corrections for latest Flutter. And what about this? Yep, we can commit that. Upgrade Flutter requirement. And what about this? Well, that's a useless file if ever I saw one. Okay, so what are we actually supposed to be working on now that we've gotten back into this entire package? Update posts to record where the user has saved the project in Meta. Did we not already have that? See sketch in 62. To implement project saves, we need to check per user project IDs. Join table, probably the simplest way to solve this, should be expressed as a relationship. I thought I already did project saves. This makes save projects a meta resource that doesn't really have its own ID but borrows the project ID. I swear I already did project saves. I did. It's in, if I go to projects, suggested for you, if I save a project, it shows up in the saved projects. Oh, wait, hang on. Update posts to record where the user has saved the project. So this is not for projects, it's for this. So, what screen does this support? Move to bucket UI 127, it's not required for prototype. If we look at our Figma, we may find, sorry if this is a bit bright, in our feed, is there any indication? Oh yeah, so to support posts like this, which has a save project button on it, we need to have the ability for posts to demonstrate whether we've saved a project. The thing is, Donated to Project Kaka. That's more like sharing a project though, right? I'm just wondering design-wise if it's better to not make it a part of the post. Why do we need this feature? Why do we need it, we wonders? What is this part of? What epic is this part of? Is it part of any epic? See sketch in 62. This one's done. I don't think this is correct. Update posts to record where the user has saved the project in Meta. Why would we need to know that? When I'm interested in a project, I want to save it so I can find it again later. This is the favorites feature. Yeah, I don't understand enough about this to implement it. I think that is not a thing right now. Let's go. Probably not a thing. Only reason I can think of for doing this would be a project share feature. A la this. It's amazing. A picture is worth 1,000 words oftentimes. Where the user can see if they've already saved the project that the sharer wants them to pay attention to. However, we could probably just embed the entire project as a resource in that case. Close that for now. Okay. So that's been closed, status done. And we go to convert attribute relationship IDs to relationships throughout. Why are we doing this? The value of the relationships key must be an object. Oh, right. This is for JSON API. Yeah. Let me think about that for a sec. Sometimes I regret choosing JSON API, even though it's kind of helpful in a lot of ways. The value of the relationships key must be an object. Hey, our groceries got here. Hooray. The value of a relationships key must be an object. Have we got a dark mode? Oh, sorry about the dogs. They're just announcing that our shopping is here. Bork, bork. Is there a dark mode? There isn't, is there? Would be really helpful if there was. Jekyll. And highlight jazz. But no dark mode? No dark mode. Damn. Oh, I'll try not to stay on my brightly lit page too long. A relationships object must contain at least one of the following: links, data, or meta. Hey, Uga, how you doing? So where do I use relationships IDs? Been so long. Have you been? What you been up to? This is going to be a pain in the ass, isn't it? All right, we need to go back to, we need to get out of UI and we need to go to API. That means we need to close our emulator and run some backend stuff. Been making a game today and so far no issues. That's remarkable. I've never made a game that had no issues. Like never. Let's go to API and then let's go DC up and make sure that our tests and things are working. They are building. They appear to be working. Our tests are running. Hooray. Okay. API. And let's see what kind of trouble we can get into. So I also made a gambling machine using Lure on my school iPad. Fake money, obviously. Well, I don't know. Real money Lure application in school. What could possibly go wrong? That sounds cool. I like a bit of Lure. I do a lot of Lure config for Vim. That's about all the Lure I do, but very cool language. Let's see here. So we need to look at relationships. So let's start with, say, user. And in fact, let's just see what trouble we can get into with relationships. Get users relationships. We select a bunch of stuff. So what, maybe we need an example. Oh, hey, Finding Focus Dev, how you doing? Thank you very much for the raid. Shout out. Finding Focus Dev. Hey, Teamy. In theory, you will shout out Finding Focus Dev. You're right. And in practice, you'll shout them out too. How you doing? How was your stream? What's been going on? We're doing a little bit of Flutter and Go at the moment, mainly Go, trying to fix my API, or at least improve it. And so far it's going slowly. I feel like maybe the place to start with this is with the tests, not with the query. So if I look at users integration test, had good stream, trying to wrap my head around making an inventory system. Inventory systems, I feel like some of the most challenging stuff around, honestly. There's so much to think about. It's like a whole mini program within a game, right? It's a whole mini system that just constantly used, and it has to feel snappy, otherwise people get frustrated. So you're not wrong. That's a challenging piece of work right there. It's a challenging piece of work. Relationships, no? Interesting. Let's make sure we spell it right to begin with. User relationships, we have a bucket and we have an image. Yeah, okay, interesting. Got a raid and run? No worries at all. Thank you so much for raiding in. I really appreciate it. Go get some rest. Okay, so relationships. What about project relationships. Users, posts, relationship links object, relationships meta. Actually, this is interesting. So we have, what do they look like coming back across the wire? Have I already done this, in fact? The value of the relationships key must be an object. A relationships object. I feel like I might have already done this, and I just haven't updated the ticket. This is, again, the problem with only dealing with this particular piece of code about once a week. I need to get some more regular time in on it so that it starts to flow. It is a good object lesson in teaching yourself how to write code so that you can understand it again. As you'll see, there are not a lot of comments. Format asset link, format link, format cursor link. I do have a relationships links object. So I wonder if I'm actually using that. Relationship links. Okay, so we have relationship links, self, related, relationship data, which has an ID and a type. So what is it supposed to look like? Sorry, I'm going to flashbang again here. Links object, resource linkage, and meta. So it would either have to have links or data, or both. And meta information, or a member defined by an extension. Can I see an example of this? Relationships, author, links, and data, which has a type and an ID. So let's look at some examples of what we're actually returning. And I feel like I'm serving, aren't I serving some documentation? I feel like I am. If we look at our README, Swagger, no. Docs, no. Local databases, integration tests, watching for changes. I swear we have API docs somewhere. I just can't remember where I keep them. Okay, let's try. I don't know. Do I have a Swagger URL? Do we have an API? No, I am serving docs somewhere. I know I am. Bucket. When you have to have your own API documented so that you can understand it, this is a concern. Web project, no. Org, no. We've got docs, docs go, Swagger JSON, and Swagger YAML. So we're clearly generating them. The question is, where do they get served? Do I have to start something first? localhost 8080, maybe? No, that would be, sorry for the flashbang again, that would be adminer. Local databases. Integration tests, nope. There must be somewhere that specifies the URL. It has to be. What kind of config files do we have here that might apply? Not airtoml, really. Oh, hang on. Swag init pass dependency. Yes. Yes. Pass depth. Database URL. Exclude DIRs. So Swag's running. Where is it running? Adminer. I feel like it would have told me if it was running a URL. Let's find out with Swaggo. What URL do you run on normally? Getting started. Precompiled binary. Swag format, Swag CLI. Supported web frameworks. You know what? I think it's in the main source. Is it not? I do believe somewhere in here. Is it like localhost API or something like that? There's a router for it. Get root, serve docs. Here we go. Flag ball serve docs true. Where do we serve it from is the question. Health check. Swagger. That would kind of make sense. Nope, that would be the wrong port. That would be incorrect. I'm completely lost. Here we go. Where am I serving this from? Oh, probably from the live site, right? What even is that? It's like API dev API bucket community, something like that. Let me just check that off screen. Yep. I found it. I think it's served locally though. Unauthorized on docs. pardon me for a moment. Yeah, still unauthorized. What is the route? Why can I not understand my own API? Health check, sure. Root. var serve docs. If serve docs mount Swagger. All right, but how can I hit that locally? Why can I not hit that locally? Am I on the wrong port? I bet you I am. Isn't it 3000? I want to say it's 3000. What's our port? No, these are all scripts. $80 for the task definition. That is not what we need. We need Docker compose. Man, I'm going to add this to the instructions for sure. Admin or API runs on 8000, which maps to 80. Is it this 8000? Nope. Well, hang on. 404. Okay, well, there's our API. It's on 8000. Good to know. But Swagger isn't a thing. Is it API Swagger? No. And unauthorized. I will conquer you. I will. Router. F serve docs mount Swagger. Is the health check available? Yes. Okay is true. Therefore, health check. All right. So this hasn't been mounted. If serve docs mount Swagger. But that's a 404. Just out of curiosity, I'm assuming the other routes are a 401. Yeah. But this one is a 404. Why? What if I comment this out for a sec? And it's building. Failed to build because unused variable. Okay. Reload. Still 404. So we're mounting Swagger. Wrap handler. Wrap Swagger files handler and returns handler func. Interesting, this is no longer working. Going to require some more tea shortly. Okay, why are my API docs not rendering? Well, more to the point, why is it a 404? Because I don't understand why. Let's do something stupid just for the hell of it. Let's change this to foo and make sure that the rendering changes we're thinking of are actually the rendering changes we're seeing. Yeah. Okay, so this is working. It's the difference between get and mount. Mount attaches another HTTP handler along pattern. Could it not be get? We're about to get some ads in a sec, by the way. Still a 404. Swagger wrap handler. I wonder if they changed the way Swagger works. We got ads. Okay, looks like we're done with ads. Seems to me. And where is our generated JSON file? I think it's in docs. Swagger JSON, yeah. But this is weird. Like, I feel like, So what did we do before? Because I know it was working. Has it just changed? Is Swaggo different? Customize with options and plugins. Before and after. Dynamically set the API base path. I don't recall having this before. But I guess we must have at some point. Maybe I just removed it. Not sure about this mount business. Swaggo mount chai. Oh, bright light. God damn. No, I don't want to sign into Medium. Go away. Where's my dark mode? Yeah, mount this thing. But that doesn't seem like a good article to me. And they're not using mount. Maybe this was the old version. And I just broke it by upgrading. Well, are the docs being served anywhere? I don't think they are. So they would be at, if they were anywhere, they would be at docs. Wait, docs go? Package docs code generated by Swaggo. Okay. Well, maybe this was the old version. Maybe the big green robot can summarize the change for us. Explain the use of Swaggo swag with chai server, particularly using mount versus get. It's a bit of a random query, but let's see what it comes up with. Serve the entire Swagger UI and all its related routes under a base path. Map a subrouter to a specific route. Wrap handler, yeah. That's what I was doing, right? So if we search there, what do we get? Config stores configuration values. Was I already configuring it and I didn't know? Do you know what? I probably was. URL, doc expansion, DOM ID, instance name. Default is the URL pointing to API definition. Default is doc.json. I have Swagger JSON. I feel like I'm spending my entire day working with tooling instead of getting work done. But we need to get these things working. So, how do I do this? I need to find out if I placed configuration anywhere. For example, in docs go, that's been generated. Swagger JSON and Swagger YAML. And then if we look in air, we get swag, init, pass dependency, pass internal, pass depth 1. Okay. And do I have any kind of configuration in the main directory? Atlas, GitHub, types, git config, env, git ignore, docker ignore, queries. So no, I don't. Okay. That's okay, we can figure this out. We can figure this out. Where else do we use the key phrase swag? In Go mod, in README, Swagger JSON, docs go, which is auto-generated. JSON API errors, all bunch of Swagger types. Then in the router, obviously, where we mount the wrap handler. Oh, thank you, baby. That's very nice of you.
I've also brought in put away the shopping.
Thank you. Got a cup of tea. Love a cup of tea. Then just some more Swagger types. And the Docker file, which is installing Swaggo. So how was that working before and why isn't it working now? If we look for an instance of mount, how do we put it? Mount Swagger, basically. Does that help us? Read examples in README. So they have a separate route for Swagger. But this is in 2020. This is 4 years ago. Is it no longer Mount Swagger? Like, was that a previous version thing? Do we have a breaking changes? Update handler to use embed FS. Bump. What was the change that merited releasing version 2? What about looking at the examples and seeing if they've been changed? So that uses rget, and in the history, wow, that hasn't changed in like since 2019. And even then, where did I get this example from? I know it worked, so why? I don't have a route already that I defined, do I? I'm just mounting their route, which is wrap handler. Wrap handler equals handler. Handler is that. Create a template with name swagger index. And apparently looking for doc.json. Big template. And that's basically it. This is a pain in the ass. There's no doubt about it. Let's see if we can find any instances of mount. 2 issues only. Using the wrap handler. Swagger init to generate docs swagger directory with docs go swagger JSON and swagger YAML. And then router mount docs. But this was with 1.8 and 1.27 2 years ago. Is it possible that I'm using the wrong... Are they expecting Gorilla's version to be different? Nope, theirs is completely different. Add comments, Swagger init, install Swagger, import the middleware, I do that, right? Yep. And then try new router, get Swagger. So they don't even use the mount version. Or is it later? Oh, hang on. Hang on. Get Swagger. So there's no use of mount anywhere in these examples. And then there's some config. Maybe I used to have some Swagger config. Wait a minute. Am I being really stupid? Oh my god. I hate my life. Oh, that's so annoying. So annoying. Okay. So you have to specifically mention the index. What a waste of time. The path must be exact to the index file. All right. Okay. Finally. So, health check, blah, comments, yes. Let's look at projects. Do I have an example? Oh, I do actually. Great. Excuse me. Oh, kind of. Included attributes, relationships, additional prop 1, data string, links, related self. Okay, so data string is probably not what we want. So the original problem that we were trying to solve was this. I think data has to be an object. Resource linkage. Null, an empty array, a single resource identifier object, an array. Data type, people, ID 9, yeah. Okay. Resource identifier object. Must contain an ID member and a type member. Okay. And there must be strings. All right, so we finally got there. So let's look at that route because that'll give us a starting point. So it can return, yeah, relationships, additional 1, data string. That's definitely not a thing. And here, included relationships data string. Yeah, so that's wrong. So let's see how badly we can make all our tests fail now. Relationships. Resource relationship. Links data, which is an interface. Either relationship data or relationship. Ah, so I've tried to go there. Yeah, here. So is it possible that the comments are just wrong? Let's look at the posts handler. List posts. Success is a JSON API resource response. So let's look at that. JSON API response. Resource relationship, resource response. Data is a resource. That doesn't look right. Oh no. A resource has a relationships, which is a map string resource relationship. Which is data interface. Okay, so maybe that's why it's saying it's string. Let's look at other uses of resource relationship. And down the rabbit hole we go. That looks fine. Data is relationship data. Data is relationship data. Yeah. That looks fine. That's fine. That's fine. Is this another problem that's already been fixed and I just haven't updated anything? It looks fine. Screw it. Okay. Let's go back to this. It's good because we're getting through it, even if it's... I get more familiar with the project every time I wrote the damn thing. But we need to get to a point where this doesn't take so much time because it's just... You spend too much time in the weeds and not enough time getting shit done. Various parts of the API. I cannot find these various parts of the API. Must conclude already fixed, or else we'll fix them as we find them. Essentially, for context, relationships, actually it's an object. God damn it, I hate it when I'm not in Vim. Foo. Links. Data. Type. Foo type. ID. 1, 2, 3. C types in JSON API response, go. Nice. Okay. Get that one out of here. Add users ID saves. Post and delete supports FGBucket UI 9. I want to say this has been done too. Yeah, status done. Why didn't it? Oh, I see. Yeah, that is Dunsky. Okay. Improved error handling. Yeah, we'll get there. Transactions CRUD. Oh, really? I think circles CRUD would be more useful right now. Transactions is about actually shifting the money around. I don't know that we're ready for that yet. Let me slip some of this tea. What's the time? It's 4 minutes past 3. I think circles might be coming up to the next thing, right? Provide metadata and responses. I'm pretty sure we're already doing that. This is all the API issues. I see. This got sorted somehow. It didn't used to do that. All right. No wonder I was getting a bit puzzled. Onboarding. Save project preferences via put user ID. Did I end up doing that? Use API preferences from UI in 1.1.1. Right. So this was where we were getting the errors earlier. Let's have another look at that. Get us an emulator started again. And we could probably stop running the API for now. And start running another little Flutter window. What are we calling this again? Flutter run. Good to get some of those API issues closed anyway. Let's do a bit of resizing. Nice big window for a change, maybe. Hide some of the chat, but that's okay. Not too much chat going on anyway today, which is absolutely fine. You guys lurk away, and I will work away. Okay, so in profile, we got onboarding, walkthrough, onboarding. What kind of projects are you interested in? And I think we're getting an API issue. Yeah. So let's bring that on screen. Can't seem to bring that on screen for some reason. Hello? Why is my keyboard not working? That's so weird. You know what? Let's pop it out. Nope, that's not working either. Wow. Super shift space should pop out the window. Interesting. Let's try killing that Flutter process. Now will it work? No. I think my keyboard's having a brain fart. I bet I know why. It still thinks it's in resize mode. Hello. keyboard? All right. I think we're back. Bucket, UI, Flutter run. Boop doop doo. There we go. We're back in business. Let's pop this one out. Here we are. Is a little handy window for us because we're about to get an error in that window. Profile, onboarding, and as soon as I try and save, we get no such method error was thrown while handling a gesture. Walk through projects view, received closure, map dynamic. Interesting. Okay. Did I possibly leave this undone? Let's just get this out of the way for now. Possibly I left this in a bad state. Let's go back to UI. And let's go... where do we go? We go to projects. Walkthrough, maybe? Onboarding. Save projects. Yeah, this one. I think what we need actually is the debugger at this point. So let's find the URL for that. Flutter Dev Tools. That's the one we want there. Get rid of this. Okay, what's new in DevTools, you say? I would like onboarding save projects. And I think it's going to be anywhere in on pressed. Form key current state save. Oh, did we not do this? We probably didn't do this. I feel like I might have stopped halfway through this. Seems highly likely. What do we got here? Use memoized global key form state new const. Sure. Choices remaining. Interests. And submit button label. All right. Async data. I wonder if there's a green shout out we need to do. I'm Geyser streaming. They're good value. You should follow them. Switch projects. Let's get started and save some projects. Oh wait, this is not the same form at all. This is not the same form. What kind of projects are you interested in? It's this one. It is this one, which is list category list. Okay, and then category checkbox is the thing that we're using. Image path. Unchanged is nothing. Okay, interesting. Okay. So that certainly wouldn't work. If I look at the project repository, save, we've got get saved, get suggested, save project. Here we go. What should be returned here? Nothing. All right, so we do have a save project function. And it looks as if we need to provide this something other than an empty callback, which makes total sense. Is that the error that we were seeing? No such method error was thrown while handling a gesture. Closure call with mismatched arguments. Function anonymous closure. Received closure returning a map dynamic. I see. So one of them's expecting true. Huh. Walk through projects view, right? Yeah. Oh, wait. So walk through projects view. What's the other one called? Okay. Final categories is ref watch category repository provider. Yeah. So this is still trying to use a global key form state. Whereas the other one we were looking at, which is onboarding save projects, I think we did rebuild this one. If I do a reload here, oh, not that one, that one. Then profile, onboarding, oh, whoops. That is, oh, I see, I can't even progress past this one. Because badness. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, then let's figure this one out. So save projects view, it looks like we converted to a better use state, use memoized, etc. But we didn't do it for walkthrough projects view. They're not very good names, to be honest with you. So let's look at this and keep it as a reference here. Actually, rather than do that, let's split this and look at the other one. There we go. I do know the shortcut for that, but sometimes the mouse is just easier. And you won't hear Vimmers say that very often. Okay, so the form key becomes, let's just rip the shit out of this. Let's go final form key equals use memoized global key form state new const empty array. All right. And then choices remaining is use state required choices, which is a static const. Okay. Interesting. Yep, I see that. Okay, this is all in builds, by the way, so we need to move this shit down to some extent. Because we need anything that's a use, like a use memoized, to be in there. Okay. So choices remaining. Yeah, we'll do the same thing. So 28 up. Let's go. Interests is a map string ball. I'm not sure that we're necessarily going to want to do that. I think, we might end up just mocking up a, like, change it on every touch, update the remote. So let's see here. Required choices, probably still going to be 3. I don't think that's going to be a thing. Choices remaining will be. Submit button label. Yeah. So it looks like we did something quite similar. Does that what the design says though? In the onboarding. Oh yeah, it does. We have a choices remaining type style thing. Yep. Okay. So let's do the same thing here. We've got required choices. We can pretty much duplicate an awful lot of this. Final form key, final choices remaining, use state, required choices. Need to get to the point where this is just fluid and quick, and I'm probably gonna have to spend more time on it. Also, maybe leverage AI to do some of this stuff. Maybe some gains we can get out of it that aren't destroying everything. Final interests. Use state. Map. It says map string bool. I think interests was map string something else, wasn't it? Map string bool. And categories, ref watch. Oh yeah, that's later. Okay, so, and submit button label. Use state. Select. Required choices more. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting somewhere. Okay, now the on changed. Pretty much take that verbatim. That's also in builds. Okay, let's get rid of Lua virtual text. Interests, value, entities, fold, blah, blah, blah. Choices remaining. If choices remaining value is 0, is less than 0, it becomes 0. I don't know why it would be, but sure, why not? Continue or more. Okay, great. So this gets us a little bit further. So let's go back up here. Get rid of that. And that. Okay, we're making progress. We're making progress. So now we go down here and we have return switch projects. Wait a minute, what's the category list going on here? Key is now form key. If categories is async data and categories value data. All right, fair enough. All right. Step 1 of 3, right. That's actually way too small at the moment. It's a tiny little step 1 of 3. Why is it so small? Can we fix that? What's it supposed to be? Oh, it's supposed to be green. I think we've got that text somewhere. Header title, step 1 of 3. It is size 17, line height 22, and it's green. Let's look at our theme. Down the bottom, we have font size 17. Post titles, no. Font size 17. Green subtitles or linked, often right aligned. Label large, maybe? Let's give that a quick try to see if it renders correctly. I'm on the wrong file. Oh yeah, text theme title small, no. Label large. Let's try and give that another quick look. That is not green. But let's make it green. With copy with, something tells me I should start tuning on Copilot or similar for just this repo, just to get me over the Dart problems. Copy with what? Theme color. Damn it. You know what? Let's close this. It's getting in the way. Copy with. Color, yeah. Copy with color. Theme of context. Color scheme, and I want to say primary. And what is your exact problem here? Oh yeah, it's annoying, but fine. All right, will that reload? Well, yeah, that looks much better. The font weight might be slightly off, but I don't really care that much. It also looks like the padding's weird. Do we have a padding 16 around this page? Because it doesn't look right. There should be way more padding. Like this is... $74, like it's a long way down. Definitely not what we're doing right now. And this, the rest of this padding looks off as well. Like, I think they should be surrounded with 16 at least. Child padding, const edge insets all 16. Yeah, that's there. But then the header. Oh, yeah, here we go. Edge inset symmetric vertical 10. That's nowhere near enough, I don't think. Probably only top something like, I don't know, 50. Yeah, something much more like that. So if you're looking at the amount of padding between that and the top of the page, it's 10 to this, and then it's, oh, I see, that's probably why I chose 10. Vertical symmetric 10. But then the entire thing needs quite a lot more. So we usually use multiples of 16. I do want to figure out why this isn't taking up the entire width of the screen. So let's go back to the vertical 10 because that was giving correct spacing for the title itself. Sort of. Yeah. And then the whole thing, the column probably needs another padding, which unfortunately involves another indent. That's what I don't like about this. Like, you can't, everything is just this constant indentation. I suppose you can just move them out into their own components, but at some point it just gets really annoying. Padding, const, edge, insets, only, top, and I want to say, I don't know, 32, be reasonably restrained. I'd love to know how it deals with sizing as well. Like screen sizing, and when you've got all these pixel specifications. This doesn't look right. What's going on here? There's padding there. Child padding there. Did I need another one? No. There's the form. There's the padding. There's the single child scroll view. I guess this one would be scaffolds. What's your error here? Oh, I see what I've done. This should be what, column? Yeah. Okay, so we got a bit more padding at least. I'll figure out the exactitude of it later. Okay, so now we're loading in with some... we've got an on change that we can actually use, so that's good. So where would we use that? Let's look at our other file, not bucket theme. Hey, thanks for the follow, Ibtrimbala. How you doing? I'm hoping I've said that name right. Padding, wrap. So, and then we just loop through the categories, right? So the on change needs to be this one. So I'm guessing walk through projects view. Where's the other one? Walk through, save. Save projects view. Onboarding, save projects view. That's it. Oh, we got ads. Yeah, we should be just about out of ads. Wait, so French ads as in ads in French or ads about French or this is confusing. I don't know why you would get French ads, but that's an interesting one. Okay, so the form was unchanged. So 13 like so. And then the individual unchanged is this. One in English, one in French, and one in German. What? Do you speak all of those languages? How much does the internet know about you? Right, so PID, it's going to be CID, I think. Interesting. I wonder if this is actually going to work. I find it highly unlikely. I only speak English and Romanian. Wow. So there's no way that a French ad was it? I don't understand. Was it an ad about traveling in France, or an ad about a French product where they're trying to sell you baguettes? This is confusing to me. Okay, this is actually now working, which is pretty cool. So we've got project selection categories happening. A French product, right? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, also, we don't have a continue button at the bottom of this. I don't know why, but we don't. Kind of projects you're interested in: wrap, spacing, run spacing, children. What? Oh, children is category list. Right, but now we also need the button. We need the button. Can't do anything without the button. Primary button. This thing. This thing must be included. Submit button value on pressed. Form key current state saved. To do update users saved projects. I think we already do. Actually, I don't know if we do. No, we don't actually. So this one is also to do update users saved categories. Maybe because you're in the EU? Yeah, I guess. I mean, it is quite odd though. I mean, to advertise in a language that you don't understand, that seems really strange. Wrap, yeah. So what's going on here? Primary button isn't defined for the walkthrough project view. Is it not now? I do believe you'll find that it can be imported. There we go. Okay. I don't know if that's going to work. Ah, it's a button. It's it's not the correct width, but it's a button. Okay. Yeah. So does it work? Select 2 more. Select 1 more. Continue. Hooray! Okay. And then push named to feed. That was not the feed, so that's quite weird. But let's sign in and go back there. What am I working on? This is my volunteer project. So I will volunteer for an organization called Bucket, or actually they're called the Fairground Foundation. Get that away. It's basically like a crowdfunding application for local environment projects. So like if someone needs to go save a river from having trash distributed all over it, and they need some extra money to do some organizing or buy shovels or whatever, they can get on the app and basically make their case for a project, and ask for people to donate to them. So it has like a sort of social media type features of posts and so on and comments, but the key part of it is that you can donate to a bucket of money essentially, and that money will be distributed to the organizers to do their project. It's coming along. It's taken a long time to get to this stage, but we're slowly getting there. I'm just trying to do a little bit every week. I don't always have enough time to spend on it, but I'm just at the end of one job and about to start another one, so I'm trying to get a bit done. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's got potential. It's taking a long time to develop though. Anything involving money basically does. But we're getting there. Slowly getting there. I think if I could spend more time consecutively on it, it'd be better, but I kind of forget where I'm up to every time, which is a bit frustrating. Do I have a bucket command for this? I don't think I do. No, I don't. I should have like a help command to list all the commands we have. Okay, so onboarding, and then we have this tiny button. So why is that button slow and steady wins the race? I mean, it's been a good exercise in what you can do if you do a little bit every week kind of thing. like I said to them, starting out, I can probably donate no more than about 5 hours a week. And that was like a year ago. So it turned out to be right. To be honest, I probably spent longer than that at some point. Maybe the column needs a spread. Main axis alignment, space between. Isn't there an extend or what's the name of that Flutter component? It's like expanded. Is that it? No, that creates an error. Okay. I have forgotten how to do this. Case in point. Why does it work on the other one? Oh, and also it shouldn't redirect to feed. It should redirect to walkthrough. What's part 2 of the walkthrough? 2 of 3. Part 2 of the walkthrough is onboarding location. Oh, yep. And then save some projects. That black loading screen was not ideal. Why is this one full width and that one isn't? It's because of that wrap, I think. But also maybe cross-axis alignment could be not start. Stretch, that's it. Hopefully this works. Why do I keep getting returned there instead of to feed? Onboarding. Nope, still bad. Cross-axis alignment stretch did not seem to work. Interesting. Why does it keep going back there? Okay. So stretch doesn't work. Main axis alignment should be fine. Padding, child primary button, on pressed. Yeah. Why isn't that working? It must have another thing that's ruling it. Cross alignment stretch, main axis alignment space between, and it's under form. Cross stretch, it's under padding. I wonder if that's the problem. I don't see why it would be. If I look at it in the debugger, or whatever it's called, if I can find it. Sorry for the flashbangs. Flutter inspector, select a widget. We are looking for primary button, cross-axis stretch, That's the wrong primary button. Yeah, it's this one. Why isn't it stretching? Cross-axis start. Well, that would work. Interesting. Has it just not updated? Try a full restart. Onboarding. Oh, there we go. Easy. Yeah, interesting though that these do not stretch because they're using the wrap. But I'm willing to live with that right now. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, continue. All right, yes, continue, and this continue. Again, this is the wrong color and spacing, but we'll get to that. Continue, and it's returning to the wrong page. But never mind. All right. Oh, excuse me. Need to do a bit of targeted stretching myself, I think. Okay, now, next thing is we are not saving those categories. Do I even have a route for it? Is the question. My guess would be no, but it might do. Let's look. Where would we find it? Is there such a thing as a category repository? Ah, there is. Aha. Category repository. Still need a fairly comprehensive approach to client errors. That is correct. We do. There's a bit of images by category name, which is hard-coded, but never mind. We have fetch. We do not have save. So that would be a user preference, though. Have we even decided how to do that? I know we have project saves. Let's have a look at our planning. Save project preferences via put user's ID. I believe. Yeah, so this is. Hey, thanks for the follow. Obscore04. Hey, that rhymes. Categories route we have. Add preferences to put user's ID. It looks like we have that too. Let's find out. User repository. Current user repository. Category? No. Update avatar. How did I do this? Update attributes. Users current. It says I did this already. Modify the update route to allow setting user preferences. Project interests. This will probably require adding a new column to users, presumably addressing B. I see. So I do already have this. I can update project interests. Did I call it project interests? Let's find that out. It'll be in API. Woo. Hey, Woodstone. How you doing? What's today? Monday. You are not at work. You are enjoying a day off, I hope. A post-birthday day off. Thank you for the big image raccoon. Badger. Raccoon. 30 bits. I feel privileged. Okay, so Doing great. Napped all day. I love it. I love it. Why? Oh, that is not what that key is supposed to do. What on earth? Ooh, that's very weird. All right, let's go this way. Let's do it the old-fashioned way. Let's go users. And update. Update user by ID. The update request gets validated, I do believe. What type is an update request? Let's look in the user's route and update user attributes. Here we go, validate body. This thing here is what we need to know about. Avatar key, email, location ID, name, and preferences. And that's it, huh? So preferences can be pretty much anything. It's the Wild West. It's the Wild, Wild West. It can be anything we like. I'm not sure that I'm a big fan of that, but it does make it slightly easier. Let's look for preferences, possibly in our tests. User model, var preferences. To do. This is a nasty hack. I hate it. I hate nasty hacks, but also I kind of love them. Do we need these object copiers if they create this kind of tangle? This is a nasty hack. Ouch. All right. Let's look in users integration tests for preferences. There we go. Project categories is what we decided to call it. And we were going to store individual IDs, which are probably going to be strings, to be honest. Okay. All right. But in this case, it's a number. Okay. I can live with that. I can live with it. It's fine. It's not a problem. I can live with it. So preferences, project categories. All right. So we can just use the ordinary user update request. We don't need any special route. That's okay. So let's go back to our onboarding page, which is this. And we want it to onboarding walkthrough projects. I feel like that should be a different name, but never mind. Constructors and immutable classes should be declared as const. Apparently that worked. All right, so how do we submit this? Submit button value, blah, blah, blah. Void on changed. Yes. So now in our submission, update users saved categories. Yes, indeed. So it's going to be user repository. I want to see someone calling a function, probably me, from user repository. Nope. How about post repository? Project repository. Show me how I'm calling those functions. Show it to me. You can do it. I believe in you. Show me an example. Give me a goddamn example. Actually, it would be project repository provider. There we go. Ref read project repository provider notifier and then the function name. That's not complicated at all. Okay, so let's go with user repository provider. Come on, there must be. User, am I in the wrong directory? Really? I don't do any of that yet? Well, let's look at user repository then. Update, update, show me update, create, update attributes, here we go. Update attributes, yes. Data attributes, attributes, and one of those attributes should be preferences, if I'm not 100% mistaken. And I don't think I am. Okay. So let's do that. We can do it. I'm sure we can. I have faith. I have a certain kind of faith. It's flimsy, but it works. It serves me well. All right. Walk through projects view. So we've gotten these things. We need to go and call ref read user repository provider. Current user repository provider? Okay, why not? Current user repository provider. Notifier. Update attributes. Hey, I've got a complete example right here in my docs, which I wrote. So you'd think I would know what I was talking about. Oh, God. Okay. Not name, though. We want preferences. Now, we need to be careful because we don't want to overwrite our preferences. Damn it, I've forgotten what the value was. It was categories. API user integration tests. And we decided on preferences project categories. Yeah, so how are we going to save? How are we going to save project categories without overwriting it? This is getting to be a little bit hairy, and not in the good way. I wonder if I need like a specific method just for doing this. Like update preferences. Non-destructive prefs update. Additive will not overwrite. Properties that are not included in object. I think that's the goal here. But we'll change those keys which are mentioned, I guess. Okay, update preferences. So that means that we would go project. What did I say? Project categories. Memory like a sieve. No. Thank you. Okay, and update preferences doesn't exist. So let's go. Update avatar, update attributes. So we can leverage update attributes, but let's go future void update preferences. Actually, that comment belongs here. No. Yes. Update preferences, map, string, dynamic, preferences, async. Yeah, so how am I going to go about this? This actually would be a great opportunity to use to leverage AI. Because this is not my personal project. So I feel 100% justified in trying to make the boat go faster, considering I only have a few hours a week to work on it. So what we want is a non-destructive update of an object in Dart. Let's try this. In fact, let's include the comment and just see what it comes up with, and then we'll try and understand whether it's actually correct. Okay. By the way, we need to do another team shout out. We got Snenko. You should totally follow Snenko. Good old Aussie gamer. Good old Aussie gamer, mate. Bloke. Cobber. We've got, AI. Leverage AI. Okay. Given the following function signature in... that's disturbing, but thank you for the 30 bits. In Dart, suggest a possible implementation which calls another function update attributes that's not disturbing, that's Sninko. Oh yeah, I mean it's Sninko with a certain amount of license in terms of aspect ratio. What do we have available? We have state state value will contain, what do we need to tell the bot? State value data. Let's assume it's in state value data. I can mess with the details later. Alters an object in state value data which contains another map string dynamic called attributes. If keys are included in preferences, their values should be preferred. Otherwise, preserve all. This is quite a confusing way of asking this question. Keys and values in attributes preferences. Let's see if it comes up with something sensible. If nothing else, we'll probably be able to make it work for us. Interesting. So it's using object spread. And usually with object spread, the earlier stuff, it's things that are mentioned first overwrite things that are mentioned second. So state value is state value data, attributes, state value data attributes. Interesting. Preferences, current preferences. No, because that would overwrite anything in preferences. But I think I see where it's going with this. So this is wrong right there. That's wrong. But I asked it in quite a confused way. The new preferences are merged into current preferences using add all. Where? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. All right. I'm happy with that. Add all. Interesting. Okay. I apologize, Big Green Robot. You were in fact correct. Let's look at state value data attributes preferences. Yeah, I agree with you. Or nothing. Sure. Let's look at the Dart docs for that. So Dart add all. Oh, dark mode. Thank you. Sorry about that. Appends all objects of iterable to the end of this list. But that's list. What about map? Duck mode. Quack. We've got ducks next door and they're really noisy and they start please. They start quacking at quite early hours. It's very frustrating. Map. Map, add all. Properties, methods, add all. Thank you. Adds all key values, pairs of others to this map. If a key of other is already in the map, it's overwritten. Helpful. Sunup means food human is about to appear. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. They're kind of been adopted by the next door neighbor people because they're very fond of ducks. Our puppy actually killed a duckling when it wandered onto our property last year. And there was great sadness and mourning. We had a duck in our freezer for quite some time until it got buried. I am not quite so sentimental about the ducklings. They're cute, but hey. I do have a stop if I'm about to run one over. I'll give you that. Duckling Gate. There was a time in our lives. Okay, cool. So, let's work with this a little bit. It's not going to be perfect, but let's work with it. Let's understand it and work with it. So it thinks it wants that. We don't actually want that. We want... this is sensible, what I've got going on here. So let's do that. Let's do that. And then if user ID is not equal null, yep. Current prefs is state value data attributes. See, this is interesting to me because I hadn't actually thought about it before, but this one also is destructive. Data attributes type users. It's destructive, so let's make sure we understand that. To do this is a destructive update. Probably not smart to automatically overwrite attributes. Actually, no, it's not, because on the... No, it's not. I'm wrong. On the API, we deal with that. So if an attribute isn't included, it won't get overwritten. However, preferences are different bag. So await API patch, user ID, yeah. If user ID is not equal to null, loading, async guard, async. So in here is where we need to do our work. We need to do our work. Do some work. Yes, please. Correct. Do work. Do work in here. Oh, so many errors. Extract the current preferences map from attributes. Sure. I don't know state value data ID, state value data attributes preferences, or an empty object. What is your difficulty with this? Why do you not like it? Can't be unconditionally accessed. That's fair enough. It had a... I'm fine with this. I'm not fine with this. Yeah. User data attributes. Badoo. These are all typed objects. Object can't be assigned to a variable of type. Oh, sure. Yeah. Casting the right-hand type to map string dynamic. Yeah, I don't think that is correct. Yeah. So user preferences is a thing. It's a typed object. So I don't see why we shouldn't continue to do that. Yeah. And what would the default be for a user preferences? Is there a new? Project categories. Oh, I see. If I'd only looked at the type, I would have known. Like so. All right, that actually makes a great deal more sense. Types for the win, man. Types for the win. Merge the new preferences, preserving existing keys that are not in the provided map. In order to do that, what is project categories? It is a list. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Maybe we should make this really fine-grained. Instead of update preferences, it should be update project categories. Am I trying to do work that I don't need yet? Yeah, probably. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me a damn bit. What about... is there a set instead of an array? Does Dart have sets? Because you don't want multiple entries of the same category, in my humble opinion. Dart deduplicate integer array. Yeah, set. Sometimes experience pays. List int numbers, deduplicated numbers is return array to set to list. Yeah, sure. Okay, so let's get rid of all of this. Basically all of it. Pretty much all of it. And then instead of this, we're just going to call the other function, which is update attributes. Which requires a map string dynamic attributes. Of course it does. That's okay. We'll do attributes. Wait, map string dynamics. So preferences. So this is going to become update project categories. And this, shit, yeah. Either we need that deduplication code in update attributes where it probably belongs, or here. Yeah. Okay. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. We're fine. We're fine. We're going to go project categories. And then it's going to be current preferences. Add all. Preferences, which is not going to be a string dynamic. It's going to be a list int. Yeah, current preferences add all. Does that return the array? What do you mean invalid type? Oh, yeah. Hang on, let's do this in stages. Project categories, add all. Preferences. You don't like that? Add all can't be unconditionally invoked because the receiver can be null. It can't be null anymore because I've guaranteed its presence. It's really annoying to me that the type inference doesn't understand that. But never mind. So then we set project categories to be current preferences, project categories to set to list, right? Yeah. Does it need to be ordered? Probably not, right? Now, what's your beef? The method toSet can't be, yeah, fine. All right. Now, we do need to guarantee this. So non-destructive preferences update all provided keys will be overwritten. Maybe I should do this on the server, in fact. That's probably sensible. Via the API. No provided, no other keys will be touched. Consequence. We need to provide an explicit method to remove values from prefs. Okay, so that's a thing now. So then we can call, from here, we can go update project categories. So we need to make this as dumb as possible, basically. We don't have to think about it here. Update project categories. With something, an array. Okay, now what is the current state going to be? Actually, current state doesn't need to be a map at all. The interests thing, it can just be IDs, a list of IDs. At the moment, we've got map string bool. I guess the string is the ID. Yeah, fair enough. So I need to get the keys and turn them into a list. So is that value available to me? Form key current state. But I can also get the value of interests. So it almost doesn't even need to be a form at all, to be honest. I wonder if there's a Riverpod form use memoized. I know there's been an example of this. This is probably going to be a should be something on Riverpod's docs, right? Form validation using Riverpod, but that's kind of old. April 7. Form state and form controller on one single change notifier. 5 months ago. Form example 3. Use notifier to hold a form model state. Huh. Ping. Oh, thanks for the follow. Emerson Santana Kuna. I'm almost certain that I mispronounced that, and I do apologize. Lib. Form example. Oh my god, there's a lot. Form example 1, which is the one that I'm doing. We got form key and global state. That's not what I'm doing. Form example 2. We have form key in global state, global key. Example 3 in global key. This is not hooks based, I don't think. Which is probably the difference. In 4, we have yeah, none of this is hook space. All right. Let's go river pod. No, not in there. River pod use memoized. Oh, 17. That's a lot of code. You know what? Let's just go to the river pod and search issues. 98 issues. 56 closed. Maybe I'll just go and look at the Riverpod docs again. Now I want code generation, I want hooks, and I want forms. Official examples, to-do list, no. Forms. Maybe this is a tangent I don't really need right now. A real-world use case of state provider would be to manage the state of simple form components. Don't perform side effects during the initialization of a provider. They're not meant to be used for ephemeral state like storing form state. Okay. But I don't use a provider for them. I just use a memoized hook for it. Scoping providers? No. Yeah, let's just scoot past this for now. I think I'm doing double duty by having... Oh, we got ads in a sec. Brazil, Amazonia. Excellent. I'm almost definitely mispronounced everything then. That's for sure. Okay. Yes, when the ads go off, I might run and get another cup of tea, but I will be back. We are going to defeat this. I think I'm doing double duty by having both the form state and the fact that I'm storing interest as well. But regardless of that, let's go to 29. This, we can instead use interests keys. Dot get all keys map. Yeah, keys and issuable. Okay. Does it need to be to list? I don't know. Let's find out. Keys isn't defined for the value notifier map. Oh, right. Interests of value, keys. Iterable string can't be assigned to the perimeter of the list int. Right. So are the keys, are they IDs in the sense of API IDs? Oh, we got ads. Okay, that was spicy and good. Oh, very spicy. All right. Now, I think we had just finished deciding. All right. So what? It was integers versus other key IDs. Now, I think we need to track down. We need to track down what we're doing in the API to access categories. I have a suspicion there'll be, what do you call those IDs? Lost it now. Categories Dart. No, we need API category router. Excuse me, I think we'll be storing just individual IDs rather than Well, let's look at this. 14 list categories. New list response. New category resource. Okay, we've got description, name, created at and updated at, category attributes. We could probably set this in the debugger and we'd know, right? Where's my debugger? Show me my debugger immediately. So we want category provider, repository rather. And we want to know what categories we are getting. Fetch, final body, JSON decode, somewhere here. If we just reload that. Oh yeah, we've got an error. Let's change this to that again. That did not hit the debugger I was hoping for. There we go. Okay, so categories is a what? Okay. So it looks like we're going to get one of those IDs. So it does need to be a string. All right. That's cool. So, all right, nice. In that case, let's clear that and start. Let's go with using this, and we'll go to here, and this will be a list string. And that should solve that problem. Oh, so spicy, my nose is running. Okay. Good, so we don't need that, we don't need that, we don't need that, or that. And that should update us with a list of values. So to prove that, let's go to here and set the debugger. Yeah, so category repository. We actually want user repository. And update attributes, update project categories. So let's go here and try and prove what kind of update we're sending. So I'll select some of these and continue. Okay, let's try a reload. Oh, the argument iterable string can't be assigned to the parameter type list string. I see. Do I need to do a to list? Perhaps. Okay, profile. Onboarding. Still didn't hit the debugger. Is that because why? Update project categories. Did not fire, maybe because of the async. Oh, when I did a reload, it got rid of the breakpoint, maybe? Update. Oh no, user repository. Oh no, there's still a breakpoint there. Let's put one, I guess here too. You probably don't need a return fetch if you're already doing one here. Failed to pass. That seems bad. Okay, let's try. Okay, let's see if we can hit this point. You might not be able to because of its async nature, which I find suspicious. Yeah, it's not hitting. We're using current user repository. Oh, I might be modifying the wrong one. That would explain a lot. No. Maybe this one's the wrong one. No, current user repository. It's totally the right one. What am I doing wrong? User ID does not equal null. That should be fine. But maybe this block doesn't... This block isn't firing until later because we're not waiting for the update. What do you do when you want to wait for the update? When you want it to be a blocking operation? Still, it's weird that it's not hitting the breakpoint. Update project categories. Ref read, notifier. I swear I've seen this before. Like so. I wonder, is that not being called? Oh, this is interesting. Well, no, not necessarily. Just in terms of waiting for the request to succeed. There's not a lot of examples of it. Maybe I need a debug right in that function there. Make sure it's actually getting launched, which would be walk through projects view, I think. Somewhere here. Perhaps. Come on, hit something in the debugger. Ah, that seems to have done something. All right. Okay, so interest value is a map with 3 items. Good, that's pretty much what it should be. Keys is a compact iterable with 3 items. To list. So if I step into, I get change notifier. And then that's it. Okay, now we're there. All right. I don't know why it didn't hit before. State value is the user, which is fine. And the ID. I assume user ID is a thing. Yes, it is. Oh, okay. Did I screw that up? Seems to be skipping it entirely. Maybe I did. Let's look at the other example of that. Maybe I've misunderstood something about async value guard. Excuse me. Okay, we got await async value guard, async closure, user preferences, current preferences, sure. But either it never calls it or it's calling it, but we just don't know about it. let's see here. I just don't know why it would necessarily. I don't feel like it is skipping it, but maybe the breakpoint could be put in a better place, like anywhere here. I feel like async value guard transforms a future that may fail into something that is safe to read. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, we could try placing the breakpoint in different spots, but I suspect it's jumping over this. Okay, so we stop there. Then we can run again. Ah, we do stop on this one. Okay. State value data, sure. All right, so what is attributes at the moment? Can't tell me? Can't hover on that? I've got state is async loading still. Has value true. User data attributes, avatar ID created at email, location ID, name, and preferences. Wait, what was preferences? Null. Okay. All right. So user preferences, project categories, empty array. If preferences is null, which it is. All right. So now current preferences should have project categories with a list which is empty. All right, cool. Await update attributes. And we're adding all preferences, which is a list with 3 items, which looks fine. Maybe it just needed another reload. Failed to pass. Don't know why it's failing to pass, but all right. All right, so that's Riverpod again. I did want... Oh, we do need to return the data. Oh, maybe that's where I'm getting it wrong, actually. Because... yeah, we do have to return fetch, otherwise it'll be set wrong. Okay, so how can I prove whether that's correct or not? I guess I could look at my current preferences. How would I know what they are, though? By looking at what's returned in the user when I load it, maybe? Okay, so we're here again. All right. Interesting. So preferences was null again. So that to me tells me that we're not making a request. Preferences null. Okay. Await future. Oh, it's an error. What error? Unsupported. Cannot add to an unmodifiable list. Okay, you think maybe you could have given me that error a little bit more blatantly? God damn it. How is it unmodifiable? Dart cannot add to an unmodifiable list. God, give me Rust any day. Oh, cannot be altered after it's created. To list makes the list modifiable. Use the following code as context. Create a modifiable copy of the list before adding new categories. I don't understand why it's unmodifiable. It's weird. Oh, I guess it's immutable because we're working with state. That's a decent point, actually. Yeah, okay. State should be immutable. It's using frozen or whatever, freezed. Okay, cool. Cool. Let's try new preferences equal updated is better name. Oh, it's not a list. What am I doing? Why is it list dynamic? Hang on. Huh. Why is it list dynamic? Oh, so it is. That should really be a list string. Which means I need to run the build again, right? Dot run build, run a build. Project categories is non-nullable, but is neither required nor marked with default. Okay. Oh yeah, I needed the question mark, didn't I? Okay. Now, that should make things a bit better, I think. Okay. Seems a pretty roundabout way of doing it, but I guess I'm okay with that. So let's go with continuing to see if we get some kind of result from that. So that can go away, that can go away. Yep. Get lost. Get lost. This is what I need. So instead of that, oh, we're stopped on that. Actually, a full reload, a restart rather, and profile, onboarding. Continue. Step over. And this. So updated categories. Yeah, I'd quite like to know what the value of that is, but actually let's just continue. All right, so now updated categories should contain 3 items, and it does. Happy about that. Oh, damn, I forgot to change that. Okay, so play and, oh. Well, that's kind of interesting, but let's fix this first. This should be updated categories to set to list. Yep. Yep. And And yep. Okay, now, what were the attributes? One item, preferences, is a map with project categories, which is a list. That's perfect. So hopefully that should submit. And then next time around, if I run it again, my proof should be that the API now has some categories in it. Oh, that's such an ugly window. Hello? Hello? Oh boy, that's rather slow. What is going on? Let's try a restart, shall we? What is it doing? Did Auth 0 go down or something? What? I think we're stuck in some kind of time loop. You know what? Let's just kill it. And let's let's try a restart. Don't know what happened there. Oh, don't tell me. Not again. I don't know what it's doing now. What on earth? Okay, time to kill the emulator, I think. Because it is just cycling. Oh, sorry about that huge noise. That was terrible. Well, on that note, I think it's time to raid out because that was a longish session. I've got some things I need to do, like cook tea. So we will find somebody to raid. And we will check and see who is floating around. I think Sninko would be the way to go. Let's raid Sninko. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. And I will see you next time. When hopefully I won't be raiding Flutter all day. Because, I don't know. It's just not natural to me. I'll get there.